Chapter 23:31. His source chi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased, and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he could not. After draining Yang Kai of his source chi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious, and from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. Let's see if you die now. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Asterisk chi. Asterisk, a soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk, deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Lu Yin. I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover. Yang Kai did not wait for Lu Yin to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Dao Source Realm cultivator, even an Origin Returning Realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. Then I'll stand guard for Master, Lu Yin said. His body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. But before Lu Yin could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. He's not dead yet? Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Annihilation Lightning Bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move, but why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly, because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. Master! Lu Yin was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while. She felt that as long as she gave Yang Kai some time, Yang Kai should be able to repair the array-based platform and leave this sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yang Kai, looking like she was going to protect Yang Kai even if she had to die. Yang Kai reached out and tugged at her. Lu Yin turned back and smiled sadly. This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't be so sad. Yang Kai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, It's not certain who will live and who will die. Lu Yin's beautiful eyes lit up. Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve? Yang Kai didn't speak. Instead, He reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." This is. Lu Yan looked at the spirit pill in her hand, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority bead?" "Yes, this is an Emperor Authority bead that seals the power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try." This Emperor Authority bead was something Yang Kai had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder bead. It was a one-time use item. Yang Kai hadn't been willing to use it until now, but in this situation, he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority bead in hand, Lu Yan calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Lu Yan like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air, and a cold, murderous intent wrapped around Lu Yan. Lu Yan's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Lu Yan to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Lu Yan finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority bead in her hand, and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell. It fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Hong. The mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Yang Kai and Lu Yan were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and she cried out, "The law of spring." Yang Kai was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the Emperor Authority bead appeared, it was equivalent to the Flowing Time Great Emperor personally striking a blow. If Yang Kai could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Yang Kai did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green. But in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Yang Kai understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow, wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, the cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai's body shook with a crisp cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had advanced. He had actually advanced to the third-order Tao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Yang Kai to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. "Master!" Lu Yin hurriedly called out when he saw Yang Kai's expression change. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise. "What do you mean, how long has it been?" Lu Yin looked confused. "How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor Authority bead?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Just now, after I struck out the Emperor Authority bead, Master sat down, and then you suddenly broke through." "Just now?" Yang Kai's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Lu Yin mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 23:32. The four seasons force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Yang Kai comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Yang Kai originally thought that the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors had only comprehended the four seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Great Emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the four seasons. The Emperor Authority bead was a treasure refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor Authority bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the third-order Emperor Realm. Even a real third-order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Yang Kai felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Tao source realm to the third-order Tao source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited. Because he had obtained 3 beads in the four seasons realm, the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the four seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the four seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. The inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was different from the heaven-devouring great emperor of the great emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts prove that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle law was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique had already restrained him. But if he could obtain the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, the benefits to Yang Kai would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the four seasons force, Yang Kai would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time. Because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know when the Four Seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Tao Source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the Four Seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's exclamation suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible. Yang Kai was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament battle axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Lu Yan's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Yang Kai was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point, probably under the influence of the principles of time. The corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale, like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state. This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Yang Kai could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Lu Yan was right. This guy wasn't dead yet, because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third-order Tao Source Realm, his source chi had been restored, and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Yang Kai didn't move, and Lu Yan also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while, and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master!" Lu Yan called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Young furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Young greets Senior." "Master, you're?" Lu Yin looked at Young Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Lu Yin couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lu Yin was completely stunned, because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lu Yin didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest. Being able to enter this sealed world when the array base platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array-based platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this sealed world, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul." This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect to come here. Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, Senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's Thousand Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect that Yi Hin and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside this space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 23, 33. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yicheng didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yicheng wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yicheng had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi. Very good, very good. Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yicheng was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yicheng didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yin beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yin was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yicheng's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yicheng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yicheng seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yicheng said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yicheng's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yicheng wanted to give him some benefits, Yicheng didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yicheng was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves Sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yicheng. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yicheng hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yihin. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yicheng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal. Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yicheng suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years? Yicheng was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves Sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yicheng sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves Sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves Sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yicheng sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now, not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yicheng had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors, and the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yin, he buried Yi Cheng's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hin would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hin. In any case, Yi Hin was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Cheng's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yin to the cave where they met Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yin was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yin glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Cheng stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's the reason. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Cheng said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Cheng had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Cheng. Since Yi Cheng took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yin, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yin said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge to hurt slightly. Huh. Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yi Cheng mentioned. Could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine any more. Lu Yin was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. "Don't." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yin had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yin couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yin could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yin in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yin, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yin was sucked into this strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yin had been severed for a long time. Lu Yin was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yin had died. Because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 23:34. Lu Yin had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Yang Kai a lot, so if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Yang Kai would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yicheng's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yicheng had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Lu Yin? Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he hurriedly shouted, "Lu Yin!" That aura definitely belonged to Lu Yin, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Lu Yin over the years, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Lu Yin hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly, for fear of hurting Lu Yin. But in the face of his call, Lu Yin never responded. Not only that, in Yang Kai's perception, the aura emitted by Lu Yin was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again. But just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge see hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell this strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Lu Yin possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Lu Yin. Could it be that Lu Yin was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Lu Yin. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Yang Kai's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock, almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Yang Kai punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Lu Yin was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves sect, the wind howled and the crane screamed. Over 1,000 cultivator arrived in front of Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city lord Luojin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luojin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Chiu Yu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered, as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luojin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luojin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luojin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luojin hated Yang Kai. so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if Yihin was tactful, things would be fine, but if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo. Asterisk right at that moment, a stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups appeared, with Yihin at the head, and the vice sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Yihin and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Yihin calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain defending array. If it was an ordinary sect's mountain defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sects could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sect's current strength being insufficient, the mountain defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yihin finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "Yi, don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here. If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yihin frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yihin asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yihin, are you mocking this Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my City Lord's mansion a few days ago? Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yihin replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my City Lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yihin said, "Why is this matter different from what this ye has heard? This ye heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit." Yihin said coldly, "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this ye is spouting nonsense, or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yihin mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yihin with bloodshot eyes. Yihin cupped his fists and looked around. Everyone should know about this matter. So why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods? None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yihin. So what if what Yihin said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yihin said indifferently, Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person? In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, "Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kutian have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion?" From his tone, it was obvious that he was the temple master of Sky Peak Temple, Wan Hongbo. Like Yihin, Wan Hongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Wan Hongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, "That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him." Yihin turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yihin had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. "That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation." The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. "My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face." As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yihin remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, "Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention?" He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source Realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor Realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yihin did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor Realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiuze heard this. He smiled slightly and said, "My son, Chiuyu, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiuyu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi." His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiuyu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiuze come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter. As long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves sect, the prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Chiuze, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves sect. Yihin furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yihin. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yihin was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yihin accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master. A second-order Tao Source Realm old man called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yihin glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yihin grow up, so he understood Yihin's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yihin would not harm the sect. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master Shirtsong Ing suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat surnamed Yang has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the city lord's mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Kutian was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions. This sure asks sect master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with, so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation." Xiao Zhe smiled. Vice sect master sure is indeed sensible. Very good, very good. Shirtsonging smiled. Heaven is watching what people do. This sure is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Chiao is too kind. Yihin coldly said, "Brother Sure, this he said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect, and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Shi Songying's expression changed slightly. "Sect master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yihin replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone." Besides Shirtsong Ing, only Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else, so Shirtsong Ing did not know why Yihin wanted to protect Yang Kai. Seeing Yihin's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Shirtsong Ing if Shirtsong Ing dared to say anything more, Shirtsong Ying's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yihin was not such an overbearing existence. Yihin was old and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Shirtsonging over the years. Logically speaking, Yihin should have carefully weighed everything Shirtsonging said. Even if he opposed Shirtsonging, he would not have spoken so harshly. So why was Yihin so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Shirtsonging instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, this sure has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yihin coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Shirtsonging to say anything, Yihin sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Shirtsonging was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, while he was just a vice sect master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yihin and Shirtsonging. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Being shouted at by Yihin in front of everyone's eyes, Shirt Song-ing naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Fine. Since sect master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame this Shir for not treating you as the sect master. Yihin was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Shirt Song-ing smiled. That brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves sect and bring disaster to our sect. This Shir is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, sect master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this Shir will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name. His righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yihin was indeed a little arbitrary. Yihin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yihin notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Shirt Song-ying's side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Yang Kai's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Yang Kai had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands, so breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yihin turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Shirt Song-ing to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world. Yet his own vice sect master wanted to take action against Yang Kai's friends. If Yang Kai found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those heaven-grade puppets? Chapter 2336. Once they could control the heaven-grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Shirt Song-ing would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yihin became anxious and angry, shouting, "Shirt Song-ing, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Shirt Song-ing coldly snorted, "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Shirt Song-ing had already guessed what they were here for and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yihin was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. "You!" A mouthful of blood rushed up Yihin's throat, and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Shirt Song-ing and gritted his teeth. "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Shirt Song-ying's face sank. This sure has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness. The sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this Shir's actions were not wrong. Seeing that Shirt Song-ing was still so unrepentant, Yihin finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Shirt Song-ing looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Shi Tsongying was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions, not knowing what to do. Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shi, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today." He had been standing behind Yi Hin the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yi Hin valued Kaiyang so much. However, Yi Hin was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Shi Tsongying, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced towards Shi Tsongying. Shi Tsongying stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yi Hin has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted onto Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Qiu Zhe and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Qiu Zhe smiled at Shi Tsongying and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Shi Tsongying as sect master, obviously feeling that Yi Hin was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Shi Tsongying returned the gesture. "Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This Shi is only thinking for the sake of the sect, unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect." Qiu Zhe said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Shi Tsongying smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hin spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Shi Tsongying, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors?" Shi Tsongying sneered, "I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This Shi has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me." Yi Hin's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Shi Tsongying, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time." Of course, Shi Tsongying smiled faintly, looking at the time. They should be here soon. Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. "Look, they're here." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yi Hin was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Shi Tsongying's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yi Hin's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Shi Tsongying also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Shirtsong Ying, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yi Hin could not help but look puzzled. Shirtsong Ying's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the third order Dao source realm. We were no match for him, so seventh elder and ninth elder were captured." What? Shirtsong Ying turned pale with fright. He was detained? He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yong had brought with him. All of them were from the first order Dao source realm, and there was even an origin king realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Shirtsong Ying would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. Who captured them? Shirtsong Ying asked in shock. A woman. A woman? Shirtsong Ying had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Qiyu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Shirtsong Ying was even more confused before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third order Dao source realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao source realm, and her attacks have traces of emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Shirtsong Ying was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor Realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. A master from the Emperor Realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Shirtsong Ying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hin thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hin to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yi Hin also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Dao source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Shirtsong Ying could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Chiozei suddenly sneered, "Sect master, sure. Your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Shirtsong Ying was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Chiozei ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Chiu, you can just watch over our sect's matters. There's no need to say anything." Chiozei snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier Formation, saying, "Originally, this Chiu didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sect's matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sections. As the overlord of this region, how can this seat sit idly by?" Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Chiozei seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor, Realm. Mu Guan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Qiu Zhe in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, his face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Qiu Zhe seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although it was rumored that Qiu Zhe had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Ruan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Qiu Zhe acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Qiu Zhe didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Qiu Zhe had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor Realm. Chapter 23:37. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Ruan Hongba's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength, but now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Qiu Zhe was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yihin and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Shirtsong Ying, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Qiu Zhe had actually advanced to the Emperor Realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Shirtsong Ying was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Qiu Zhe. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Qiu has already advanced to the Emperor Realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Qiu." Ruan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Qiu for advancing to the Emperor Realm." Qiu Zhe laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yang Kai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit qi, an even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Lu Yan was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Lu Yan was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chang's words were true, and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Lu Yan. Recalling how Yi Chang kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Lu Yan's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer, but to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm. A kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Lu Yan would also break out of this strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, But after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Lu Yin would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Lu Yin. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual qi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Lu Yan's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yang Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. Gotcha. When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Lu Yin at any time. Crash! After a loud sound, the entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Lu Yin, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Lu Yan's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Lu Yin was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yang Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Yang Kai could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine. But what made Yang Kai feel incredulous was that he actually felt Lu Yan's aura from the little girl. Was this Lu Yin? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. Since Lu Yin could transform, she had appeared in front of Yang Kai in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes, full breasts and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yang Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Lu Yin, because this little girl did have Lu Yan's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yang Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused, with a sluggish face. Yang Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" The little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yin, without a doubt, but they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Lu Yin had already put on Yang Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Lu Yin, but she was a young version of Lu Yin. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. Have you seen enough? Lu Yin glared at Yang Kai with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Lu Yan's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right. Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Lu Yin replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yin said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." What? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate, but his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Lu Yan's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Lu Yan's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Lu Yan's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Lu Yin was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Lu Yan's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yin slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yin was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 23:38. Lu Yin had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Lu Yin frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." Puppet? Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Yin gently nodded. There are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body, but these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet?" He had previously heard from Hua Qingxi that Thousand Leaves sect's puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the Earth-grade and Heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher-grade spirit-grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that spirit-grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few spirit-grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now, Lu Yan's situation could only be explained by a spirit-grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a spirit-grade puppet, and after Lu Yan's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called spirit-grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yin when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yin did not have a physical body and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Yin. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yin at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Lu Yin that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. But soon, he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Lu Yin now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a body and not having one, they were definitely two different things. Lu Yin seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Lu Yin was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Lu Yin shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Lu Yan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sect's powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Lu Yan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. Hee, I also have a childhood. Lu Yan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life. Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Lu Yin could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Lu Yin was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Lu Yin, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Lu Yin could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Lu Yin also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yin had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yin, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. The spirit-grade puppet's body perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Lu Yin a space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, and a few high-grade artifacts that he had no use for. Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead, an Emperor artifact, was given to her to use. This was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need to be refined and could be used as long as one poured their energy into it. This was the most suitable artifact for Liu Yin. This was the first time Liu Yin had her own space ring, and there were so many things that belonged to her. She was overjoyed and kept fiddling with the space ring. A day later, the two of them returned to the array base platform. Yang Kai did not plan to continue exploring this sealed world. He had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. There was no enmity between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai could not just take away all the good things inside. It would be too unkind of him to do so. Repairing the array base platform was not a difficult task for Yang Kai. In just 4 hours, the sword marks on the platform had disappeared and the entire platform looked brand new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform before circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, there was no one left on the platform. Thousand Leaves sect, in a nameless valley. The chirping of birds and fragrant flowers from before had completely disappeared. This place was a complete mess, with traces of a great battle everywhere. Many cultivator corpses were strewn about the valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood that filled the air was nauseating. At the array base platform, Yijing Han's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her delicate body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound that extended from her shoulder to her entire arm. It was a ghastly sight. Beside her, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu, Guizhu, Aio, Gu Songyun, and the others all looked exhausted. There were more or less injuries on their bodies, with Hua Qingxi having the most serious injuries. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries as her face was completely pale. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect was facing its greatest crisis in history. Vice Sect Master Shirtsong Ying had betrayed them and collaborated with Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master Qiu Zhe to break through Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array in one fell swoop, killing over 1,000 disciples. Yi Hin led several elders to face the enemy head-on, but they were outnumbered. Some died while others were injured. The sect's disciples who could escape also escaped, while those who couldn't were killed or captured. In just half a day, the entire sect had become a ghost town. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in Thousand Leaves Mountain, and countless bones were buried. Even Hua Qingxi and the others were involved. Although Hua Qingxi had touched upon Emperor intent, there was still a large gap between her and Qiu Zhe. After a great battle, Hua Qingxi was lucky enough to survive. With Yi Jinghan's help, she brought Qiyu and the others to hide in this nameless valley. This place had become Thousand Leaves sect's last fortress. Outside the valley, with Qiu Zhe at the head, the masters of the various sects had gathered and were glaring at the valley. "Is this your esteemed sect's forbidden area?" Qiu Zhe stood outside the valley with his hands behind his back, coldly looking ahead as he asked. His complexion was not as ruddy as before. Although he had the absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qingxi, he never expected that a mere third-order Dao source realm would almost injure him. That woman was no ordinary cultivator. She most likely came from a top sect, or else she wouldn't have such a powerful background. If there was anyone Qiu Zhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread, and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place, but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Shirtsong Ying put on a flattering smile and bowed. Reporting to Palace Lord Xiu, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. For generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here." "Not even you?" Qiu Zhe glanced at Shirtsong Ying indifferently. Shirtsong Ying said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." Chapter 23:39. "From now on, you can come and go as you please," Qiu Zhe said indifferently. Shirtsong Ying was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Qiu Zhe was truly treating him as Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. Of course, this was under the premise that he bowed down. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Shirtsong-ing would definitely die a miserable death. Qiu Zei's promotion to the Emperor realm wasn't good news for any sect, but for Shirtsong-ing, preserving his life was the most important thing. The masters from Sky Peak Temple and the other sects were also standing behind Qiu Zei. Seeing how arrogant he was, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This was the authority of the Emperor realm. Just by standing here, he could make others not even dare to breathe loudly. These masters were all secretly resentful. Why wasn't it them who had been promoted to the Emperor realm? Why did it have to be Qiu Zei? At that moment, an old man suddenly rushed over and cupped his fists behind Qiu Zei, Palace Lord. Yihin is unwilling to reveal the method to enter the mountain valley. Before Qiu Zei could speak, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple had already started cursing. That old man Yihin doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Qiu is kind enough to not take his life, yet he's still so stubborn. Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also said, "Indeed. Yihin refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Palace Lord Qiu, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't break this mountain valley's spirit array." As he spoke, he put on a posture of eagerness to give it a try. Qiu Zei said indifferently, "Do you know that Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years? Even some of the top sects in the Southern Territory may not have existed as long as Thousand Leaves sect. This Mountain Valley Spirit Array was created by someone personally. It was personally set up by a powerful figure tens of thousands of years ago. Even I have no confidence in breaking it. Do you think you can do it with just the few of you?" He had a mocking expression on his face, but Mu Guan and the others didn't dare to refute him. They could only laugh awkwardly. What does Sect Master Shi think? Qiu Zei turned to Shirtsong-ing and asked. Shirtsong-ing pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "Yihin is a tough nut to crack. This Shi has worked with him for many years. I have a good understanding of his temperament and character. Not to mention torturing him, even if we killed him, he would never reveal the method to break the formation." "Oh? Sect Master Shi has such a high evaluation of Yihin?" Qiu Zei looked at Shirtsong-ing with some surprise. Shirtsong-ing said sternly, "He's just a stubborn old man. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have declined to this point. That's enough. This king has no interest in your Thousand Leaves sect's matters. Just tell me how to break the array." Qiu Zei interrupted him impatiently. Shirtsong-ing said, "Since we can't do anything about Yihin, we might as well try to find a breakthrough from someone else." He smiled slyly and said, "Yihin and his daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Their relationship is not ordinary." Hearing this, Qiu Zei turned to look at him. His eyes were deep and profound. Shirtsong-ying's heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had said something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Qiu Zei suddenly smiled and said, "Sect Master Shi, you seem to have watched Yi Jing Han grow up. Don't you have any compassion for her?" Shirtsong-ying's expressions turned solemn. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she dared to stand in Palace Master Qiu's path to unification, she naturally has to pay a price. It is precisely because this Shi is her senior that I want her to grow up quickly. This is also a test of her temperament. So you're saying that you're doing this for her own good? Qiu Zei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Shirtsong-ing said sternly, "This Shi hopes that she can understand this Shi's painstaking efforts." Ruan Hongbo and the others listened from the side and broke out in cold sweat. They all glanced at Shirtsong-ing, as if they had only just realized Shirtsong-ying's true colors at this moment. At the same time, they felt sad that Yihin had raised such a monster by his side. However, after thinking about it, they were currently enemies with Thousand Leaves sect, so they had no reason to sympathize with him. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope Sect Master Shi won't disappoint this king." Qiu Zei smiled faintly. "This Shi will do his best." Shirtsong-ing cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted, "Bring them here." In the blink of an eye, Yihin and a few of the sect's upper echelons that had been following him were brought out of the mountain valley. Once they arrived, they naturally spat out insults at Shirtsong-ing. Their eyes turned red as they wished they could bite Shi Songying to death. However, Shi Songying's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Calmly standing in his original spot, he shouted from within the mountain valley, "Nephew Yi, open your eyes and take a good look at who these people beside me are." His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. It had obviously reached the depths of the valley. Not long after his voice fell, the scenery in the valley suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the illusion array that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was lifted and the true valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking over, the figures of Yijing Han, Qiyu, and the others could be clearly seen. They were only a few thousand meters away from Shizong and the others, and there was even an array-based platform beside them. Qiuzhe narrowed his eyes and stared at the platform. In the next moment, he exclaimed in a low voice, "A space array?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the platform was a space array. Furthermore, it was ancient and desolate, as if it had been there for a long time. However, he couldn't understand why there was such a thing in this valley. Where was this array connected to? Qiuzhe couldn't help but look at Shizong suspiciously. Shizong was also at a loss. Although he had always known that this valley was Thousand Leaves Sect's forbidden area, and that only the sect master could step foot into it, he didn't know what was inside this forbidden area. He had always thought that this forbidden area was the burial ground of Thousand Leaves Sect's past sect masters, which was why outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, it seemed that he was wrong. This forbidden area seemed to be connected to another place. Sensing Qiuzhe's gaze, Shizong smiled awkwardly. This is also the first time this Shi has seen this. I wonder what mysteries are hidden within. Qiuzhe coldly snorted, obviously extremely dissatisfied, but he still said indifferently, "That space array should be damaged, otherwise these people would have already escaped." Shizong hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Qiu's eyes are truly sharp. To think that you actually thought of this." While the two were talking, Yijing Han had already seen Yihin, who was forced to kneel on the ground outside the valley. At this moment, Yihin was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had been sealed, and he had no strength to resist at all. Yihin was already very old, and now that he was being tortured like this, it was one disaster after another. He was constantly coughing up blood, making it hard for anyone to look at him. "Father!" Yijing Han cried out in a trembling voice, two streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. The pain in her heart was so great that she could barely breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly and their hearts filled with sympathy. After Yijing Han finished shouting, she glared angrily at Shizong. "Let go of my father." Shizong grinned. "Martial niece, you're a big girl now, so martial uncle won't talk nonsense with you. It's not impossible for me to let your father go, but you should know what you have to do." At this point, his expression sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Remove the spirit array in this valley and martial uncle will spare their lives." Before Yijing Han could say anything, Yihin shouted, "Jing Han, you can't remove the spirit array no matter what." Shizong's face sank and he reached out to slap Yihin, completely imprisoning him so that he couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Yijing Han immediately cried out, "Don't hurt my father. Martial Uncle Shi, you're also a member of Thousand Leaves Sect and the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect. Why do you have to do such a thing? When has father ever mistreated you? Please let him go, I beg you." She begged with all her might, making the scene extremely miserable. However, Shizong remained unmoved and just shook his head regretfully. "Martial Uncle also wants to save your father's life, but Martial Uncle has no choice right now. I hope you can understand." As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived behind a second-order Dao Source Realm Elder. Placing his hand on the elder's head, he looked towards Yijing Han and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Martial niece, look carefully. Before you open that spirit array, Martial Uncle will kill one person every 10 breaths." As he spoke, he pushed the source chi in his palm, causing the Thousand Leaves Sect elder's head to explode before he could even make a sound. His body fell to the ground stiffly. His sudden killing move not only caused Yi Jinghan's face to turn pale and despair to appear in her eyes, even Ruan Hongbo and the others were shocked and secretly horrified. After all, the person Shizong Ying was killing was a Thousand Leaves sect elder, a fellow disciple he had known for countless years and had always worked together with. Yet, Shizong Ying didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed him. From this, one could see just how vicious and merciless Shizong Ying was. Only Qiu Zhe revealed a satisfied smile. Martial uncle doesn't have much time. Think it over carefully. After Shizong Ying killed one of them, he arrived behind another elder and similarly placed his hand on that elder's head. Afterwards, he did not say a single word as he silently stared at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding. She stared at Yi Hin, only to see Yi Hin continuously shaking her head at her. She knew that her father didn't want her to remove the spirit array. Yi Jinghan was tormented. Although she knew that removing the spirit array wouldn't lead to a good ending and wouldn't improve her father's current situation, she still felt uneasy and guilty when she thought about the elder who had just been killed. She had a feeling that the elder had died because of her, that she had killed him. That elder had watched her grow up and doted on her. He would often play with her when she was young and teach her cultivation when she grew up. But now, he had died right in front of her eyes. She could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. Seeing that time was slowly ticking away and Shizong Ying was about to kill again, Yi Jinghan was instantly at a loss for what to do. Right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Shizong Ying's face as he moved his hand away from the second elder's head and placed it on the head of the person beside him. Yi Jinghan's face instantly turned pale as her delicate body trembled violently. Chapter 2340. Shizong Ying's blood-stained hand was currently placed on top of Du Xian's head. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts. They had grown up together and cultivated together. Their feelings for each other were very deep, and they had long considered each other as their other halves. However, they had yet to reach the Grand Tao, so it was not yet time for them to get married. The two of them had also secretly agreed that when they both advanced to the Emperor realm, Du Xian would ask Yi Hin for her hand in marriage and get her to agree to this marriage. They believed that Yi Hin would definitely agree to it when that time came. However, Yi Jinghan never expected that before that day came, her lover would be killed right in front of her eyes. No, martial uncle Shi, please don't. Yi Jinghan's body went limp as she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Shizong Ying's face remained cold and resolute. He remained unmoved as he said indifferently, "Undo this spirit array, and we'll talk about it." Yi Jinghan was at a loss for what to do. Undoing the spirit array was equivalent to exposing Thousand Leaves sect's greatest secret to the enemy, allowing them to explore freely. However, if she did not undo it, Du Xian would immediately die from Shizong Ying's vicious methods. She simply did not know what to do. Yi Zi, ignore him. This old dog has already gone crazy. Du Xian suddenly shouted, "Even if you undo the spirit array, they won't let us go. Big brother will take his leave first. You must be well, and I will definitely not let you down in my next life." As he spoke, the source qi in his body surged violently, reaching a level that he could not control in an instant. Humph! Shizong Ying snorted coldly as he extended his hand and slapped Du Xian's shoulder heavily. The violent source qi was instantly silenced. Peace returned. Du Xian was dumbfounded. He could not even self-destruct in the current situation and had completely become a fish on the chopping board. On the other side, Yi Jinghan was also given a fright. She was naturally very clear about what Du Xian was trying to do just now. When she saw Shizong Ying seal Du Xian's cultivation, she actually felt some gratitude towards the traitor Shizong Ying. Du Xian would definitely self-destruct right under her nose, and Yi Jinghan was certain that she would not be able to accept such an outcome. This unforeseen event had completely crushed Yi Jinghan's psychological defenses. Even though she knew that breaking the spirit array would not end well for her, she still held onto a trace of hope in her heart. Looking at Shizong Ying with teary eyes, she said, "Martial uncle, I can break the spirit array, but you have to let them go. They're not from my Thousand Leaves sect, so this matter has nothing to do with them." What she was referring to? Naturally, it was Qi Yu and the others. Hearing her words, Yihin slowly closed her eyes. She knew that there was truly nothing she could do to reverse the situation. If Yi Jinghan continued to stand guard there, she might still have a sliver of hope. However, if she were to release the spirit array, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. However, he was unable to move. He couldn't even speak. They were powerless to stop it. Du Xian was also desperately shaking his head at Yi Jinghan. However, it was to no avail. Shirtsong coldly replied, "Martial uncle cannot make a decision on this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiuzhe said magnanimously, "All right, I'll agree to your request. You just have to obediently undo this formation." "As if I'd believe you." Hua Qingxi muttered softly. How could she not know that Qiuzhe was just spouting nonsense? In fact, he had no intention of letting them go at all. In the mountain valley, Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and looked at Qi Yu and the others. "It's my Thousand Leaves sect that has implicated you. I'll open the spirit array and immediately rush out. I'll think of a way to delay you for a while." Hua Qingxi furrowed her brows and replied, "Miss Yi, please come with us." She also knew that Yi Jinghan was being forced into a corner. The lives of her father and her lover were in the hands of others, so she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. As such, Hua Qingxi didn't have any intention of blaming Yi Jinghan. However, Qiuzhe was still here, so she wasn't confident that she could escape with Qi Yu and the others. If she was alone, she might have had a 70 to 80% chance of success. She might not be able to defeat Qiuzhe, but she still had a chance of escaping. However, Qi Yu and the others were only from the first-order Dao Source realm, while Chai Hu was only a third-order Origin King. Escaping in front of so many masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Hua Qingxi secretly decided that no matter what, she would ensure the safety of Qi Yu and the others until Yang Kai came out. In the face of Hua Qingxi's invitation, Yi Jinghan could only smile bitterly and slowly shake her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had already made up her mind, so she could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Shirtsong urged impatiently. The source chi on the giant hand above Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it would take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly formed a series of seals with her hands. As the seals flew out, the various trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays in the mountain valley were dispelled layer by layer. Qiuzhe released his divine sense and paid close attention. When he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been dispelled, he could not help but chuckle. "Niece Yi, you're much wiser than your father." After the spirit arrays were dispelled, Yi Jinghan felt weak all over, as if she had completely collapsed. She could only shout softly, "Let's go." As soon as her voice fell, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape. However, before they could do anything, the array base platform buzzed and a clear and discernible space force fluctuation spread out. Immediately after, the array base platform emitted a dazzling light. "What?" Shirtsong, who had already rushed towards Yi Jinghan and the others, froze in place as he stared at the array base platform in a daze. It seemed that he never expected the platform to operate at this moment. Furthermore, from the looks of it, someone was teleporting over. Qiuzhe's eyes also lit up as he stared at the platform without blinking. When he saw the array-based platform earlier, he thought that it had been damaged. If not, why would Yi Jinghan and the others still be trapped in the mountain valley instead of escaping? However, what he saw in front of him now was not what he had imagined. Someone was teleporting over from somewhere else. Didn't that mean that the platform was working? Who was this person, and where was the platform connected to? Unlike Shirtsong, Qiuzhe, and the others who were at a loss, Yihin, who had a defeated expression, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the light and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The entrance to the sealed world had been repaired. The entrance to the sealed world that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years had actually been repaired today. Every generation of Thousand Leaves sect masters had taken it upon themselves to repair the entrance to the sealed world. They had exhausted all their efforts and energy, but none of them had succeeded. However, he had just witnessed the moment the entrance to the sealed world was repaired with his own eyes. In an instant, Yi Hin could not help but feel that even if he died, he would have no regrets. He could not help but laugh foolishly. As long as the entrance to the sealed world was repaired, Thousand Leaves' sect's inheritance would not be severed, and they would have a chance to bring glory to the sect. However, when he thought of the current situation of Thousand Leaves' sect and himself, Yi Hin's heart sank again. He naturally knew who had repaired the entrance to the sealed world. After all, Yang Kai was the only one who had entered during this period of time. Who else could it be but him? While he lamented that his daughter's vision was right, he also secretly regretted that the heavens did not give Thousand Leaves' sect a few more days. If they had a few more days, Yi Hin was confident that he could obtain the lost secret arts and secret techniques in the sealed world. That way, he would be able to control the Earth-grade puppets on the main Peaks Plaza. With the help of those Earth-grade puppets, Thousand Leaves' sect would not have fallen to their current state. Even if they were not a match for Chiu Zhe and the others, they would still be able to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the entrance had been repaired at this time. Now, not only was Thousand Leaves' sect finished, their inheritance of tens of thousands of years would also be destroyed and fall into the hands of others. He felt that with just Yang Kai, he would not be able to stop Chiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, two figures gradually appeared on the platform. One of them was Yang Kai, while the other was a little girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. This little girl's fiery red hair almost reached her ankles, flowing like a waterfall and extremely eye-catching. Not only that, she was also wearing master's clothes, which were loose and nondescript. At a glance, it was obvious that the clothes belonged to Yang Kai. However, this kind of decoration did not ruin her beauty and instead added a hint of playfulness and cuteness to her, making people reluctant to look away. This was especially true for her pink cheeks, which gave people the urge to pinch them. When the two of them appeared, they clearly did not understand the situation before them. It was only when they smelled the faint scent of blood that Yang Kai's expression sank, and he released his divine sense. In an instant, his expression turned ugly. He saw that Chi Yu and the others were all injured and were hiding on the platform. He saw that Yi Hin and Du Xian were imprisoned in place, their auras weak. He saw that Shi Songying's expression was flickering as she hesitated to move forward. He saw that Luo Jin was glaring at him with eyes filled with hatred and resentment. He even sensed the aura of a master from the Emperor realm, young Master Yang. When Hua Qingxi saw Yang Kai appear, she knew that her savior had arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as she smiled bitterly. If you had appeared 1 hour later, we would have been finished. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with an apprehensive expression. My Thousand Leaves sect has implicated you. After pausing for a moment, she anxiously said, take them and run. Although she had seen Yang Kai fight before and knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, there was a master from the Emperor realm here. She did not believe that Yang Kai's strength could compare to that of the Emperor realm. Hearing her words, Yang Kai retracted his gaze from Chiu Zhe, and the corners of his mouth rose. This situation is a little complicated. Although he still did not understand how all of this had happened, it was clear at a glance who was friend and foe. Was it that guy who injured you? When Yang Kai asked this, he glanced at Chiu Zhe. Hua Qingxi was already at the peak of the Dao Source Realm, so there was no one else present who could injure her besides Chiu Zhe. Yes. Hua Qingxi gently nodded. He seems to be the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his cultivation has not stabilized yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Sister Hua. Very good. Since he dared to injure my people, he's dead meat. Yang Kai sneered. When he said this, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 2341. A Dao Source Realm cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly, saying that he was dead for sure in front of the Emperor realm. Had he lost his mind? Shi Songying, Yi Hin, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai wasn't joking. Although Yang Kai wasn't from the Emperor realm, he definitely had the strength to fight the Emperor realm. Just his embodiment alone was enough to give Chiu Zhe a headache. If she and Yang Kai fought together, they might be able to fight evenly with Chiu Zhe. So, After Yang Kai appeared, Hua Qingxi's heart calmed down. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, Hua Qingxi knew that she was definitely not his opponent. She had never seen a man as dazzling as Yang Kai. No. Hua Qingxi suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation didn't seem to be lower than hers by a minor realm, but rather the same level as hers. When did he break through to the third-order Dao Source realm? Hua Qingxi was shocked. It hadn't been that long since he broke through to the second-order Dao Source realm, yet he had broken through again in such a short time. How could this guy cultivate as easily as eating and drinking? Although she was shocked, she was even more delighted. Yang Kai's strength had increased, which meant that the current situation was even more advantageous to them. Haha. Qiuzhe suddenly chuckled. Although Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, he heard it clearly. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually want to take this king's life?" Luo Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Palace Master Qiu, this guy is the one who injured your son." "He's Yang Kai?" Qiuzhe's face sank. Even Mu Zhang of White Cloud Tower, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, and the others looked at Yang Kai angrily. Mu Guan from White Cloud Tower and Ku Tian from Heavenly Temple were both killed by Yang Kai. These two had come to the Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble because of Yang Kai. Now that their enemy was right in front of them, they were naturally enraged. "That's right, it's him," Luo Jin replied hatefully. Luo Jin's experience that day in the City Lord's mansion was the greatest humiliation of his life, something that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although Yang Kai had spared his life at the critical juncture, Luo Jin was still unable to forget it. He didn't kill him, but this enmity was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't take revenge. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to wash away his shame. After learning of Yang Kai's identity, the experts from various sects were filled with murderous intent. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was a dead man. However, since Qiuzhe didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you really Yang Kai?" Qiuzhe shouted at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to confirm it. Yang Kai had a disdainful expression as he sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for this young master's name?" His expression was extremely savage, as if he didn't put Qiuzhe in his eyes at all. However, Qiuzhe's expression was calm, and he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Very good. This king heard that you refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Pensively, he said, "So you have an ulterior motive. You want the extraordinary treasure pills?" "Sorry, I don't have any left." Qiuzhe said, "It doesn't matter. This king didn't expect to get the extraordinary treasure pills from you, but this king heard that you had taken one. After I capture you and boil you, you should have a trace of the extraordinary treasure pills' medicinal effects." As soon as he said this, even Ruan Hongbo and the others who were standing on the same side as Qiuzhe changed their expressions. They all looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Boiling someone who had taken the extraordinary treasure pill and obtaining a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects was something they had never thought of before. It was fortunate that Qiuzhe could come up with such an idea, but when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The extraordinary treasure pill had a powerful medicinal effect. After taking it, most of its medicinal effects would be immersed in one's physique and meridians and would be slowly refined by the cultivator over time. So the sooner one took the extraordinary treasure pill, the better. The woman from the octagonal door had taken the extraordinary treasure pill when she was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. Although she was forced to take it by Luo Yuan, she was able to perfectly display the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as her aptitude wasn't too bad and she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her chances of reaching the Emperor realm would definitely be much higher than others. Qiuzhe was already in the Emperor realm, so he obviously didn't need the extraordinary treasure pill. He was probably preparing it for Qiuyu. But when they remembered that in order to obtain the medicinal effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, they had to drink a pot of human meat soup first, Ruan Hongbo and the others suddenly turned pale as their stomachs churned. They began to sympathize with Qiuyu, wondering how Chiu Yu would react if he learned the truth in the future. You want to boil this young master? Yang Kai laughed and retorted. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Boy, you're quite arrogant. A cold light flashed in Chiu Zai's eyes as he coldly snorted. But if you don't have the corresponding strength, your arrogance is just childish and laughable. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and a huge hand made of energy slammed down, covering a large area. Chiu Zai obviously didn't care about the life or death of others, nor did he care about Yang Kai's life or death. To him, it didn't matter whether Yang Kai lived or died. He just needed to take him back and boil him. When the ultimate move appeared, the sky darkened in an instant. Yi Hin, Du Xian, and the others stared at Chiu Zai, trembling uneasily, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to help. A fiery red light suddenly burst out and a hot aura instantly filled the air. A delicate and small figure soared into the sky, heading straight for the giant energy hand. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin let out a cry as her entire body was slapped down. However, the giant energy hand also dissipated under her impact, and the gloomy sky suddenly regained its clarity. Asterisk Shoushio. Asterisk at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure flickered, and before anyone could see what was going on, that figure had returned to the array base platform. It was Yang Kai who had taken advantage of Lu Yan's attack to flash Yi Hin, Du Xian, and the others and bring them back. He was proficient in the Tao of space and caught Chiu Zai off guard. By the time Chiu Zai reacted, it was too late to stop him. Looking over, all the hostages and captives had been rescued by Yang Kai. Chiu Zai's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and the little girl he had slapped to the ground. Yang Kai's cultivation in the third-order Tao source realm might be fast, but Chiu Zai didn't put him in his eyes. However, the little girl in the nondescript clothes actually took his attack head-on. Chiu Zai couldn't believe his eyes. Before, he couldn't sense Lu Yan's cultivation, but at that moment, he clearly perceived that Lu Yan was at the peak of the Tao source realm. Not only was Chiu Zai in disbelief, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that the one who took Chiu Zai's attack wasn't Yang Kai, but a 7- or 8-year-old girl. How could this little girl survive the attack of a master from the Emperor realm? Didn't she see that she had been slapped into the ground by Chiu Zai? There was a small human-shaped crater in the ground. She was probably already smashed to pieces. In an instant, everyone cast looks of disdain at Yang Kai. Even an enemy like Wan Hongbo disdained Yang Kai's actions. He felt that this guy had a human face but a beast's heart. He actually sent such a little girl to her death. It hurts so much. A clear child's voice mixed with monstrous anger came from the human-shaped crater. In the next moment, a small head popped out. Lu Yan's face was livid. She jumped out of the crater and patted the dirt off her body. She didn't die? Luo Jin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little thing to survive Chiu Zai's attack. Not only did she not die, but she also didn't seem to have any injuries on her body. What kind of monster was this? Yi Jinghan, Hua Qingxi, and the others were also dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yan in a daze. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's expression changed, and she asked hesitantly, "Little sister Lu Yan?" When Lu Yan attacked just now, Hua Qingxi had sensed her aura. The two of them had been cultivating in the sealed world bead with Zhang Ruo Shi, so they were naturally very familiar with her. Furthermore, this little girl's demeanor and appearance were clearly 70 to 80% similar to Lu Yan's. The only difference was that she was much younger. Hua Qingxi hadn't paid much attention to this little girl before. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so she didn't have time to spare. However, after realizing that this little thing might be Lu Yan, Hua Qingxi could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. But how is this possible? Lu Yan turned around and smiled sweetly at Hua Qingxi, calling out crisply, "Sister Hua, it's Lu Yan. It's definitely Lu Yan." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in an instant as she stuttered, How did you become like this?" Lu Yan replied timidly, "Master said that he likes little girls the most. The younger they are, the more he likes them. So I Huh? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he reached out to wipe it. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's complete nonsense. This time, even Qi Yu and Yi Jing Han cast threatening gazes towards Yang Kai. Beast! Shameless! Scum! The three women each scolded him, each word piercing his heart, causing Yang Kai's face to turn green. Hua Qingxi coldly snorted. You have to stay by my side in the future. Don't be alone with him. Sister Hua will protect you. Thank you, Sister Hua. Lu Yin smiled innocently. Are you all right? Were you injured just now? Although she felt that Lu Yan's condition was fine, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask. She had fought with Qiu Zhe before and knew how powerful he was. Even she was no match for him. Naturally, she was worried that Lu Yin had been hit. I'm very well. Lu Yin smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. He glanced coldly at Qiu Zhe as he spoke. When he met her gaze, Qiu Zhe's heart skipped a beat for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. He made a prompt decision and took a step forward, shouting in a low voice, Everyone! Although the scene is touching, let's end it here. This king doesn't want to start a massacre, so I'll only give you 8 words. At this point, his voice turned cold and his killing intent surged like a tide. His voice was like the north wind from hell, causing people to shudder. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Chapter 23:42. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he took a step forward, withstanding the strong emperor pressure, and said in a deep voice, Lu Yin, take them into the sealed world. I'll deal with this old man. Qiu Zhe was just an emperor who had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his realm yet, so Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Previously, in the Thousand Leaves sect sealed world, he had even encountered a third-order emperor realm corpse puppet and had even fought it. Even though he had used all his trump cards and had the help of his embodiment, he still had some experience. How could he be afraid of a mere first-order emperor realm master? He now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, so he could test his strength on Qiu Zhe. The monstrous emperor pressure was almost tangible as it swept over them, making them feel as if they were drowning in water. They couldn't even breathe properly. Yi Hin and the others weren't in good condition to begin with. If Yang Kai wasn't standing in front of them, they would have fainted on the spot. Master, if you don't mind, why don't you stall for a while and leave the rest to me? Lu Yin suddenly whispered from behind. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know where Lu Yin got her confidence from. Although she was unscathed after taking Qiu Zhe's blow head-on, and the toughness of a spirit puppet's body was clear at a glance, there were still so many masters here, not to mention Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. How could they be so easy to deal with? Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could defeat all of them. He planned to capture the leader of the bandits. It would be best if he could kill Qiu Zhe, or at least severely injure him. As long as he defeated Qiu Zhe, the rest of them would be in a state of disunity. However, Lu Yan's calm and confident tone made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of trump card Lu Yin, who had a spirit puppet's body, had that gave her the courage to not put so many masters in her eyes. However, now was obviously not the time to ask. Yang Kai just asked indifferently, How confident are you? Lu Yin smiled coldly, 100%. Yang Kai turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't joking at all, he nodded and said, All right, then I'll wait and see. 10 minutes. As Lu Yin spoke, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. None of them knew what she was going to do, and Yi Hin was even more anxious. She kept winking at Yang Kai, telling him to escape. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi pondered for a while before comforting her. Sect Master Yi, don't worry. Young Master Yang has his own arrangements. He won't let anything happen to you. Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space, and this was where the array-based platform was located. Even if they were defeated in the end, they could use this array formation to teleport to the secret realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She was curious about Lu Yan's behavior. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Hearing her say this, Yi Hin could only helplessly compromise, secretly hoping for a miracle. Sister Hua, keep an eye on them. If you can't handle it, just activate this space array and enter the secret territory, Yang Kai said. Then, his aura suddenly soared. Wisps of clear and discernible power of laws lingered around his body. It ignored Qiu Zhe's emperor pressure as if it was nothing and cut through it like a sharp sword, instantly breaking it. You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Qiu Zhe's expression turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. He had already advanced to the Emperor Realm, so he naturally knew the huge gap between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm. After his advancement, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could defeat any Dao Source Realm cultivator in 3 moves. He originally thought that under the suppression of his Emperor pressure, no one could move freely here, and he could do anything to anyone. But as soon as Yang Kai moved, he knew that he was wrong. There was actually a Dao Source Realm cultivator in this world who could break through his Emperor pressure. The principal strength lingering around the other party was also pure and mysterious, making it difficult to grasp. Qiu Zhe instantly realized that Yang Kai was definitely not an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. Combined with Hua Qingxi's previous performance, he was even more convinced that these two were definitely from some great sect and had a foundation that others did not have. As he spoke, Qiu Zhe flew into a rage out of humiliation. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his Emperor pressure suddenly increased by a level. With his status as a master of the Emperor Realm, it would be a joke if he allowed a Dao Source Realm cultivator like Yang Kai to rush in front of him. So, Qiu Zhe spared no effort in this attack. In fact, it worked very quickly. As soon as he formed the seal, Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze. His calm expression turned to one of difficulty, and his movements slowed down like a ghost in an instant. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Luo Jin's expression was ferocious as he held the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand. He poured source qi into it with all his might as he shouted, "Die, you brat!" As he spoke, he viciously struck Yang Kai. He came here with Qiu Zhe to take revenge on Yang Kai. He also knew that with his ability, his chances of killing Yang Kai were slim. Back in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he could not fight back. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the third order, the gap between them had widened. It was even more impossible for Luo Jin to be his opponent. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on Qiu Zhe's power. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yang Kai was suppressed by Qiu Zhe's Emperor pressure and could not display any of his strength. Once he was struck by Qiu Zhe's artifact, he would definitely die. In any case, Qiu Zhe did not care whether Yang Kai lived or died. As long as he took his corpse back and boiled it into a medicinal soup, Luo Jin felt that his actions would not offend him. At that moment, Luo Jin made his move without hesitation. All the shame and humiliation he had suffered at Yang Kai's hands erupted. With one strike, the void collapsed. The jade scepter seemed to contain a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura rushed towards Yang Kai. The smile on Luo Jin's face grew even more ferocious. His pair of red eyes faintly showed the thrill of revenge, as if he could already see Yang Kai being killed by him in one strike. Even Qiu Zhe cooperated with Luo Jin's actions at that moment. He secretly condensed his Emperor pressure and turned it into a binding force to imprison Yang Kai's movements. Kong. The jade scepter smashed down, and a black hole appeared where Yang Kai was, leaving nothing behind in a 10-meter radius. Luo Jin landed on the ground and looked at the black hole in front of him that seemed to be the mouth of a beast. He could not help but laugh out loud. Not good. Qiu Zhe shouted in a low voice as his expression changed abruptly. He had been using his Emperor pressure to bind Yang Kai the entire time. The moment Luo Jin's jade scepter smashed down, he felt Yang Kai mysteriously disappear. He had no idea how Yang Kai disappeared, as if he could not grasp any trace of Yang Kai due to a moment of carelessness. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. The sinister voice was like a soul-stirring voice that suddenly rang out behind Luo Jin, causing his hair to stand on end and his blood to flow backward. Even the soles of his feet were cramping up. City Lord Luo, Be careful. Behind you. Ruan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others shouted in unison as they looked behind Luo Jin in horror, as if they had seen something inconceivable. A strand of cold sweat trickled down Luo Jin's forehead. In that instant, Luo Jin's perception was magnified infinitely, and he could clearly feel the cold and murderous intent behind him. Without any hesitation, he was about to escape, but before he could do anything, he felt a slight pain in his chest. His entire body froze on the spot, and the blood and origin chi that were surging through his body completely froze at this moment. His eyes widened in horror as he lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see the tip of a large sword piercing through his chest. The bright red blood on the blade was extremely dazzling. I spared your life before, but unfortunately, City Lord Luo didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die early and reincarnate early. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he stirred the myriad sword in his hand, activating his source chi. Luo Jin did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist that scattered all over the ground. Luo Jin was an ungrateful person. Previously, Yang Kai spared his life because of his relationship with Luo Bing. But not only did he not restrain himself, he even repaid kindness with enmity by following Qiu Zhe and the others to attack Thousand Leaves sect. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be lenient. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Luo Jin's ring and jade scepter-like artifact before stuffing them into the sealed world bead. A cool breeze blew as Yang Kai held the myriad sword in his hand, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his murderous intent soared, as if there was no one else present. A series of gasps rang out as Mu Zheng, Ruan Hongba, and the others involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock as they were completely dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Luo Jin would die just like that. Luo Jin was a master of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and his strength was on par with theirs. None of them had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, but now, he had been killed by Yang Kai in a single exchange. And this was under the premise that Qiu Zhe was suppressing him. If Qiu Zhe had not been suppressing him, wouldn't he have died even faster? Who was this little brat? Could it be that he was a master of the Emperor realm who had concealed his cultivation to toy with them? Mu Zheng and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they faintly felt that following Qiu Zhe to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble was probably not a wise move. Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, yet he was already able to do this. If he had advanced to the Emperor realm, how could they possibly survive? For a moment, the masters of the few great sects were filled with worry and anxiety. On the other side, Yi Hin's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hin's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, "Jinghan, you've got a good eye. If we're able to escape from this calamity, in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang." If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect. Yes, father. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the city lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today, in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor realm present, could he still create a miracle? Chapter 23:43. How dare you kill someone in front of this king? How dare you, brat? Qiu Zhe was enraged as he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had personally suppressed Yang Kai, yet the latter had still killed Luo Jin. If news of this were to spread, everyone would think of him as a paper tiger. This was his first battle after advancing to the Emperor realm. He had come here to establish his might, but he had not expected things to go against his wishes. Yang Kai killing Luo Jin was tantamount to slapping his face. How could Qiu Zhe endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu flicked his wrist and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dense energy fluctuations and was covered in layers of barriers. It was obviously a Dao Source-grade high-rank artifact. Furthermore, it was connected to Chiu's mind and had been sacrificed by him. Chiu had just advanced to the Emperor realm and did not have an Emperor artifact on hand. However, if he was given some time to refine and nurture this spear, he might be able to upgrade it to an Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to do so. He was forced to use an artifact to deal with a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although it was a little disgraceful, Chiu could not care less right now. With the spear in hand, Chiu's aura rose again. The blood-red spear was closely connected to his own aura, as if the two had completely merged into one. Chiu roared and took the initiative to attack, hoping to kill Yang Kai in a single blow and save face. Chi. Countless blood-red spear phantoms shot out, bombarding Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky suddenly turned blood-red as a thick, murderous intent and violent power filled the air, causing everyone's faces to fill with shock. Yang Kai's myriad sword was waiting for an opportunity. His sword intent fluctuated. Sword waves appeared as he shouted, "Myriads of swords, one man holds the pass." At this moment, he was standing between Chiu and Chiu, so there was no way for him to dodge Chiu's attack. If he dodged, Chiu and the others would definitely be enveloped by the spear waves. Chiu's attack was not only a sneak attack, but also a clever use of Yang Kai's concern for Chiu and the others. It was truly despicable. If it had been an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack at all. They would have been blasted to smithereens by this attack. However, Yang Kai wielded an Emperor artifact and used a defensive move to neutralize Chiu's power. Boom, boom, boom. The spear and sword radiance collided in midair, and the energy tides surged uneasily. The void trembled, and heaven and earth collapsed. Chiu's expression changed abruptly. He took a step back and brandished his spear. It turned a hidden crescent blade that came along with the sword ray into powder. On the opposite side, although Yang Kai didn't move at all, blood splattered all over his body with a few sizzling sounds. He seemed to have suffered a small loss in this exchange. Chiu was the Emperor realm after all. The fact that Yang Kai was able to exchange a blow with him was already a reflection of his strength. If he was really unscathed, it would be too terrifying. "Brat, you dare to plot against me? Despicable." Chiu was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He had attacked too quickly just now, so he didn't see the true appearance of the crescent blade. He only knew that the attack was very mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Chiu naturally knew what he meant, but he had no intention of arguing with him. He pulled his spear and unleashed another move. It shattered the sky and headed straight for Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. This old man knew that he couldn't dodge at will, so every move was ruthless, forcing him to fight head-on. If Chiu and the others weren't behind him, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. However, he couldn't ignore the safety of Chiu and the others. Yang Kai wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone else saw it clearly. Ruan Hongba and the others all looked embarrassed, secretly thinking that Chiu didn't have the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm at all. He was simply a hooligan. But now that everyone was tied to the same rope, they didn't dare to say anything even if they felt threatened in their hearts. "You're opening a dye house just because I gave you some face? Old dog, you're so shameless." Yang Kai roared angrily. He channeled his source energy into the myriad sword and met the attack head-on. The tip of the sword cut through all the spear lights, instantly falling apart. Chiu's expression changed drastically. His opponent, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, was actually on par with him. If he didn't have his companions behind him, wouldn't Chiu be no match for him at all? After breaking through Chiu's attack, Yang Kai didn't stop at all. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen crescent blades whistled through the air. Chiu's eyes narrowed. This time, he could clearly feel that the crescent blade-like, pitch-black energy attacks contained rich spatial power. They fluctuated and changed, making it impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of the crescent blades. Spatial law? Xiaozhe exclaimed. His body trembled as his emperor intent spread out, forming an emperor territory that spanned 100 feet around him. When the emperor territory appeared, he finally figured out the direction of the crescent blades. His spear kept flicking, breaking the crescent blades one after another. In an instant, Xiaozhe was drenched in cold sweat, his expression horrified. When Yang Kai displayed extraordinary combat strength, he didn't panic too much. Even when they were evenly matched, he only felt that Yang Kai was a promising talent. But when he realized that Yang Kai was proficient in spatial law, he had a bad feeling. Spatial law was so strange and unorthodox. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend it, much less learn it. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. There were many powerhouses in the Emperor realm in the astral plane, but how many of them truly understood spatial law? But this young man in front of him could use spatial law against his enemies, casually flicking out space blades. What did this mean? It meant that his attainments in the Tao of space had already reached the pinnacle. Such a person would definitely have a bright future and would become a great talent in the future. Wouldn't Xiaozhe be dead for sure once he succeeded in his cultivation? With this thought in mind, how could Xiaozhe still care about showing off? Only the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" kept flashing through his mind. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" With this shout, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They had come here to cause trouble for Thousand Leaves sect, not to watch a show. Furthermore, they had killed so many of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples before, so if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate them, once they gave Thousand Leaves sect a chance to breathe, they might just rise from the ashes and rise again. "Palace Lord Xiao, I'll help you." A loud shout rang out as a figure rushed out. To everyone's surprise, the first to respond to Xiaozhe's call was not Ruan Hongbo or Mu Zheng, but Thousand Leaves sect's Shi Tongying. He looked like he had a deep grudge against Thousand Leaves sect, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai and the others right now. As he spoke, he summoned his artifact and sent a surge of source qi towards Yang Kai. Since Shi Tongying had already moved, how could Mu Zheng, Ruan Hongbo, and the others just stand there and do nothing? After a brief moment of hesitation, they all gritted their teeth and acted. In an instant, more than a dozen rays of light from artifacts and secret techniques belonging to the third-order Tao source realm enveloped Yang Kai, bombarding him with attacks. Although Yang Kai was powerful and his strength had skyrocketed after his advancement, allowing him to fight evenly against Xiaozhe, it was naturally difficult for him to fight against so many people at once. He was instantly trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. In just 3 breaths of time, he was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. After Yang Kai was trapped, the other cultivator from Sky Illumination Palace, White Cloud Tower, and Sky Peak Temple circled around the battlefield and rushed towards Chi Yu's group. Hua Qingxi's face immediately turned cold when she saw this and said in a deep voice, "Misty, take them back into the sealed world." Yi Jinghan asked, "What about you?" Hua Qingxi glanced at Lu Yin, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, "I have to stay here." Who knew what Lu Yin was up to, but he hadn't moved since he sat down. Hua Qingxi naturally couldn't ignore him. What Hua Qingxi didn't expect was for Yi Jinghan to nod her head in response to her persuasion. "This is a matter of life and death for my Thousand Leaves sect. How can we run away?" Yi Hin also nodded. "That's right. Even as an outsider, young Master Yang was able to solve this problem for my Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi is the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect. How can I shrink back here? Even if I have to bleed 5 steps, this old master will never leave." After he said this, the others also nodded, looking as if they had no regard for life or death. "You guys are really..." Hua Qingxi stamped her feet anxiously, but when she saw the resolute expressions on the faces of Yi Hin and the others, she knew that her persuasion was useless, so she could only turn her head to look at Chi Yu and the others. Chi Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "One more person means one more strength. Elder sister, please don't try to persuade us. It wasn't easy for us to reunite with little brat Yang. If we separate again, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again." AI. Hua Qingxi sighed. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, she could only say, "Then, everyone be careful." As they spoke, They were already surrounded by countless cultivators. However, it was unknown what these cultivators were afraid of, but they didn't immediately attack them, instead choosing to observe them vigilantly. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly rang out from Yang Kai's side. It seemed that Yang Kai was truly enraged. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed out, devouring Yang Kai in an instant. How could Yang Kai withstand the joint attack of more than 20 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm and one from the Emperor Realm? At this critical juncture, he could only teleport out and appear in front of Hua Qingxi and the others in an instant. His sudden appearance gave the cultivator from the various large sects a fright, and they all retreated. Yang Kai was someone who could exchange blows with Qiu Zhe and kill Luojin in a single blow. How could they not be afraid? In an instant, a large space was emptied out around the array base platform. The rumors are indeed true. It's a good thing to be proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe's slightly envious tone came from the periphery. Then, the crowd took the initiative to part. With Qiu Zhe in the lead, more than 10 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm strolled over and stood a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai pursed his lips with an arrogant look on his face. Although he was no match for so many powerhouses, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Furthermore, he had retreated to the array base platform, so he could advance and retreat as he pleased. There was no fear at all. At most, he could just activate the space array and bring Qiyu and the others back to the mystic realm. Furthermore, he hadn't even used his trump card yet. Previously, he was restrained because he was afraid of harming the innocent. Now that he was here, he had no more worries. Chapter 23:44. Kid, you're proficient in the power of space. I really don't have the confidence to keep you here. Qiu Zhe looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He had sensed from their previous exchange that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his at all. It could even be said that Yang Kai was slightly stronger than him. In addition, Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe really did not have the confidence to keep him here. In other words, Yang Kai could leave at any time if he wanted to. Even if Qiu Zhe was not convinced, he could only watch. In reality, Yang Kai did not leave because he still had many friends here. It was impossible for him to escape alone. Thus, Qiu Zhe did not panic. He only smiled sinisterly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But these people… Humph. He did not say much, but the threat in his words was obvious. Old dog Qiu Zhe, you're really shameless. Yi Hin roared. Qiu Zhe was indifferent. He only looked at Yang Kai and said, Kid, think about it carefully. Are you going to escape on your own, or stay here to share the joys and sorrows of these people? Although he said that, he was really afraid that Yang Kai would not care about these people's lives and escape alone. If that was the case, he would have to live in fear for the rest of his life. Yang Kai was already so powerful in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor level, how could Sky Illumination Palace stop him? Such an enemy was either not provoked or eliminated by the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Qiu Zhe was gambling. He was gambling that Yang Kai would not leave these people alone. He was very confident that Yang Kai would not escape alone. As long as he did not escape, everything would be fine. He had so many powerhouses under him. Why would he be afraid that he could not kill him? He would have to pay a price today. He would have to kill Yang Kai here. Ruan Hongba and the others were obviously thinking the same thing as Qiu Zhe. Thus, although their expressions were ugly, they did not retreat. They looked at Yang Kai with murderous intent. Yang Kai stood on the formation-based platform and looked around. It was as if he wanted to remember each and every one of the people who made things difficult for him. Any cultivator who met his gaze was shocked. They all averted their gazes, terrified to the extreme. Very well, you forced me to do this. I hope you won't regret it. Yang Kai grinned, and a bracelet-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Rich energy fluctuations pulsed from this bracelet. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that a clear trace of Emperor aura and Emperor intent spread out from the bracelet the moment it appeared. An Emperor artifact. Qiu Zhe's eyes narrowed with a burning light. The others also had an expression of disbelief. All of them widened their eyes. The myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely an Emperor artifact, something they had already experienced deeply. It was already shocking enough for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to possess an Emperor artifact, but he actually had another. Where did this brat come from? How could he have so many Emperor artifacts? While Qiuzhe was terrified, his eyes were bloodshot. He had finally advanced to the Emperor realm, but he had no Emperor artifact to use. Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, actually took out 2 Emperor artifacts at once. How could Qiuzhe not be envious? At this moment, Qiuzhe didn't even bother to guess what great force was behind Yang Kai. He only wanted to quickly destroy Yang Kai and snatch these 2 Emperor artifacts. With his current cultivation, if he had these 2 Emperor artifacts, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Attack! Qiuzhe shouted angrily and was the first to rush towards Yang Kai. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to hesitate and followed suit. The faces of Yi Hin and the others changed drastically. Their faces were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Even Hua Qingxi's pretty face was solemn. However, Yang Kai didn't let them retreat into the sealed world. Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai must have his own plans, so she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what other trump cards Yang Kai had that could withstand the attacks of so many masters. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bracelet. Immediately after, a large black mass suddenly flew out from the bracelet. A continuous buzzing sound rang out, as if an invisible hole had been opened in the bracelet. Countless black objects were released. In the blink of an eye, the array base platform was shrouded in black, leaving no room for escape. Insects? Hua Qingxi let out a delicate cry as she was finally able to clearly see what these black things were. Surprisingly, they were black insects about the size of a grain of rice. There were countless of them, and they had gathered together to form a cloud of insects, forming a protective barrier around them. Hua Qingxi could clearly sense an aura from these insects that made her feel uncomfortable. This aura was very similar to the aura of the ancient giant demon outside Maplewood City. This discovery gave Hua Qingxi a fright. How could she not know that these insects were a little strange? No matter what they were, if they had the aura of the ancient demonic qi, they definitely weren't to be trifled with. The cloud of insects appeared and buzzed, forming an impenetrable defense around the array base platform. Qiuzhe and the others attacked together, using all kinds of secret techniques and secret treasures to bombard the cloud of insects. Countless black insects were knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. Qiuzhe's solemn expression suddenly changed. He was still on guard against Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would use some kind of trick, but when he saw that these strange insects couldn't even withstand a single blow, he immediately relaxed. He felt that Yang Kai had run out of tricks up his sleeve. Qiuzhe was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move to break through the insect cloud's defense, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the insects on the ground. He saw that the black insects that had been swept to the ground were all unharmed. They only lightly shook their wings and became lively again. Not only that, but as if they had been attacked, these black insects all exuded a violent and ruthless aura as they pounced on the nearby martial artists. What the hell was this? Qiuzhe's heart skipped a beat, but before he could figure it out, a pitch-black insect had already pounced on him. Then, Qiuzhe suddenly felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something had pricked him. With that, he was shocked to discover that a corner of his consciousness was missing. These black insects could actually devour his divine sense? Qiuzhe was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that the insect had pounced on his arm through several layers of clothes. Even if he was bitten, it could only have bitten his arm. But why didn't his arm hurt? Instead, a corner of his divine sense was missing. Just as he was hesitating, he felt another slight pain in his knowledge sea. His divine sense was missing again. These black insects were strange. Qiuzhe didn't dare to be careless. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, wouldn't his divine sense be completely devoured by these black insects? If that happened, he would definitely die. In his shock, he activated his source energy and the Imperial territory exploded, sending the insect flying. What he couldn't believe was that even so, the black insect didn't die. Instead, It persevered and pounced on him. However, it was blocked by the Imperial territory and couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by countless screams. Those screams were extremely mournful, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Chiozei turned his head and looked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his heart. He saw that the cultivator of several great sects, including his own sky illumination palace, were all surrounded by these black insects. The cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and the Second Order Dao Source Realm were better off. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives weren't in danger. However, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm and the Origin King Realm were in a miserable state. They couldn't avoid the black insects at all. Many of them were covered by the black insects and could no longer be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator surrounded by the black insects fell silent. When the black insects dispersed, all of them were lying motionless on the ground. Their bodies weren't damaged at all, but their scattered and frightened eyes showed that they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. How could Chiozei not know that these cultivators' divine sense had been devoured by these black insects? He himself had suffered such an attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Swathes of cultivator fell, struggling and wriggling, but no one could escape the fate of death. In just 5 breaths, more than half of the cultivator of several great sects had died. This was simply a massacre, a one-sided massacre that was devoid of humanity. Not to mention Ruan Hongbo and the others, even the initiator, Yang Kai, showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This was the first time he had used the soul-devouring insects against an enemy since he had completely subdued them. Although he knew that the soul-devouring insects could play a big role, he didn't expect them to be so powerful when their numbers reached a certain level. The situation in front of him stunned him. Soul-devouring insects continued to fly out of the insect enslavement bracelet. When the last soul-devouring insect flew out of the insect enslavement bracelet, there were more than 1 million soul-devouring insects in the valley. Dark clouds of insects gathered around the cultivator who was still suffering in pain, waiting for an opportunity to take a bite out of them. No matter what kind of defensive artifact these cultivators summoned, they couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from devouring them. Even the source chi in the cultivator's body was now considered delicious food by the insects. More and more cultivator fell dead on the ground. The Origin King Realm cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm had long since died. Under the siege of the soul-devouring insects, these weaker cultivators had no power to fight back. Gradually, the Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. Their source chi and divine sense were devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Although their bodies weren't damaged at all, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, even with all their strength, they couldn't kill even one soul-devouring insect. The vitality of the evolved soul-devouring insects seemed to be extremely tenacious. Even if they were occasionally knocked unconscious by the cultivator, they would soon wake up and rejoin the battle. Yihin and the others were stunned. Hua Qingxi and the others were also stunned. Each and every one of them stood on the platform of the array base, looking at this inhumane slaughter. Their feelings were extremely complicated. These people were still flaunting their prowess earlier, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become cold corpses. How could the impermanence of the heavenly Tao be enough to describe this? Chapter 23:45. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insect's powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Chiozei from the Emperor Realm would be killed by them if given more time. Ruan Hongba and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Chiozei to avenge the deaths of Kutian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point, he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his two beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer as Qiu Zhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source qi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yin, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yin had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yin suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon." After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. It contained supreme dragon might. Rumble. The mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the azure dragon. True dragon? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves Sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet. Yihin was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the azure dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the azure dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet." "Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yihin meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven-grade puppets, even the earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves Sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yihin had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves Sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yihin looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yin, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, He vaguely understood why Lu Yin was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps, her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yin could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon Heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves Sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves Sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves Sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Shirtsong Ying, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves Sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves Sect. As such, his relationship with Yihin had never been very harmonious. This time, when Xiuzhe brought people to Thousand Leaves Sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor Realm's cultivation, Shirtsong Ying immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yihin, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves Sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves Sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Shirtsong Ying originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Yang Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Shirtsong Ying's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice-sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Xiuzhe would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Shirtsong Ying to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon Heaven puppet, Lu Yin formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet Vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger. Lu Yin formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise. The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yihin's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, for heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yihin felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yin glared at Xiuzhe hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Xiuzhe for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the 4 heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. 4 heaven puppets kill. Lu Yin cried out. An invisible connection connected the 4 heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qiu Zhe was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi, the invisible power cut Qiu Zhe's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yin was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qiu Zhe's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Qiu Zhe died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets kill. This 4 heaven puppets kill seemed to be a formation set up with the 4 heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Qiu Zhe couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Ruan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Shi Tsongying had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door. But as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment, he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hin in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hin, hoping that Yi Hin would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yin turned to look at Yi Hin and asked for his opinion. Yi Hin's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Shi Tsongying was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, Sect Master." Yi Hin slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yin, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Shi Tsongying had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hin would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shi Tsongying was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hin had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Shi Tsongying go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Shi Tsongying had to die. Lu Yin gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted towards Shi Tsongying. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shi Tsongying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yin formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols' heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hin turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hin feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. Father! Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hin waved his hand and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. Yi Hin and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness. Yang Kai smiled faintly. There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. While they were talking, he glanced at the four symbols heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the four symbols heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Qiu Zhe and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the four symbols heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters. Yi Hin naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters. Yi Jing Han led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jing Han couldn't remain here. After she left, Qi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Qiyu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shizongying sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Qiyu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who was this little sister? Qiyu looked at Lu Yin blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yin was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yin's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yin, Qiyu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yin, but Lu Yin directly stood up and bowed. Master Servant, Lu Yin greets Master. Master? Servant? Qiyu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted. I didn't know that you had such a hobby. Aio also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, Do Shuiyu and the others know about this? Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shanqing Luo's and Shuiyu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star, so their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Lu Yin, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore. Lu Yin wrinkled her little nose and said, Master doesn't want me anymore? Yang Kai said, Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great. But if you want to act alone, that's up to you. After Lu Yin obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken. So Lu Yin was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yin thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, I choose to follow Master. Master, please don't drive me away." Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, "How dare you? When did I drive her away?" Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Lu Yin, that soul puppet." As if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking, before he could finish, Lu Yin sternly said, "Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me, but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals." Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yin nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The four beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all-four beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100,000,000 low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yin added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again. So even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yin shook his head and explained, "The heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have two sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai's expression changed. "You mean the earth veins in the sealed world?" Lu Yin said, "That's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it." After a pause, she continued, "But if Master wants to get one or two heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move." Understood. Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get one or two heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Qi Yu and the others realized that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 23:47. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. It could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Dao Source Realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor Realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long, and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet so that this Emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source chi and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source chi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yi Hin came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shizong had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind, and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yi Hin had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yi Hin took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yi Hin heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yi Hin's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Dao. This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hin into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hin was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hin stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hin will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hin." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yi Hin knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hin didn't know how dangerous it was. "Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse," Yi Hin said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they are what you think they are." "All right." Yi Hin was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring, so he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hin's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hin retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. Father. Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hin waved his hand and said, "The lost items are all here." Then why is father sighing like that? Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hin with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hin smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, yes. After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hin looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. "Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly," Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hin said, "Then this Yi will offend you. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, "Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart. Not bad." Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. "How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes?" Yi Hin asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "Is this old man for real?" After pondering for a moment, he said, "Those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that Sect Master Yi won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Du Xian?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hin couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, "Young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect." This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect. This Yi is willing to. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, "Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect." Yi Hin smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hin sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. May I ask how high Sect Master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as Sect Master? Yi Hin was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as Sect Master, he was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued, "What's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, so what is Sect Master Yi afraid of?" Yi Hin's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded. Young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Sect Master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm?" Yi Hin smiled. "This old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain?" Being able to break through to the third-order Dao Source Realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hin's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity. This old master doesn't have that much time. Yi Hin sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hin stood up and said, "I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai said, "Since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time." Yi Hin smiled. "It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance." Yi Hin had made this trip for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hin was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yin, as if he did not see Lu Yin controlling Tian Ho. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 23:48. After sending Yi Hin off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third order Dao source realm in the Thousand Leaves sect sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an Emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Dao source-grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third order Dao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Dao source-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using Emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an Emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an Emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, An emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the Nine Heavens Profound Pill Method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third-order Tao Source realm comprehend the Emperor Realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Hua Qing-Si, they were both cultivators in the third-order Tao Source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Hua Qing-Si and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Hua Qing-Si and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jing Han had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves Sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world crossing space array, Yi Hin had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves Sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves Sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly hoe? Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly hoe before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast, but at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly hoe. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips, "Little white is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. "Well done." He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hin about getting one or two heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yi Hin to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's? Wasn't it his? But this name, why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Imo Xiao Qi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiao Bai, Xiao He, Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, Xiao Huang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger. This is another one." "Huh." Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yan said, "The four symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master. If I push myself to the limit," Lu Yan answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yan thought for a while, then said, "There is?" After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange. I don't like them." "What's the use of being good-looking?" Yang Kai was about to die of anger. "Strength is king." Lu Yan's face sank and she snorted. "If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hin to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hin to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, "Don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows, it might be able to save your life." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'd like to know why Yi Hin gave this to you." "Because I taught him how to control puppets." Lu Yan smiled faintly. Lu Yan smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hin's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hin many years of fumbling around. Yi Hin was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. What about the others? They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild. As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chiyu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai Hu's cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Tao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Chiyu, and the others sat in a circle, listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble, but was completely wiped out, this shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves Sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves Sect, so Yi Hin didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves Sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects. But now that Tian Ho had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it. Who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers? Yi Hin made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves Sect and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves Sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves Sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chi Yu replied, they came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely. Yang Kai smiled. Then Xiao Yu is willing? Xiao Zhe is his father. Xiao Yu probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves Sect, right? Guizhu replied, so what if he's not willing? Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves Sect. They've already expelled Xiao Yu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now, he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death. Yang Kai sneered, Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless. Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Xiao Yu would seek revenge in the future, so he crippled Xiao Yu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves Sect. Xiao Yu was Xiao Zhe's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves Sect, he naturally had to avenge Xiao Zhe. Thinking back to a few months ago, Xiao Yu was still flushed with success, but after a few months, he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Xiao Zhe and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? Young boy, we have something we want to discuss with you, Aio suddenly said. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Chi Yu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, Big brother, please speak. Guizhu nodded and said, It's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves Sect? You want to join the Thousand Leaves Sect? Yang Kai raised his brows. Guizhu said, That's right. Sect Master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, Do you really want to join? Chi Yu smiled bitterly and said, Ever since we entered the star boundary, we've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Songyun said, Sect Master Yang, you haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple, so it was understandable that Chi Yu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves Sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, This is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay. Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Guizhu and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple, but he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask Wen Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wen Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hin's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves Sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Chi Yu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques to Thousand Leaves Sect, Yi Hin would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Chiyu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going?" Aio looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I want to look for Xiao Xiao." Of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao, the others had been found. Only Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. "How are you going to find him?" Chiyu frowned slightly. "I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld Sect and look for Yin Lushang. Maybe he knows something." When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather Sect and were then forced to join Blue Feather Sect together. Chiyu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao Xiao might be with Yin Lushang, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lushang, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lushang said that he was a disciple of Netherworld Sect. There was a Netherworld Sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld Sect in the Star Boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld Sect in the Star Boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. "You must be careful. Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you," Chiyu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lushang before and knew that Netherworld Sect should be a big sect in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lushang had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lushang also knew that Yang Kai was a Star Master and wanted to snatch his Star Source. Star Source was a rare thing in the Star Boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength, so anyone would be jealous. "I understand," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "For them, I will never put myself in danger." Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Chiyu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Chiyu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beasts in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills, but even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people, so each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beasts, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source qi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai, who was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi-Hin. Yi-Hin seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi-Hin hurriedly said, "This Yi should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang, but young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. This Yi has been impolite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." After ordering for tea to be served, Yi-Hin asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time?" Although Thousand Leaves Sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi-Hin's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi-Hin was definitely not an ungrateful person, so he was completely relieved that Chiyu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves Sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future," Yang Kai said warmly. Yi-Hin laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is treating me like an outsider." The reason why Thousand Leaves Sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts, not to mention taking care of them. Even if young Master Yang wanted the position of Sect Master, this he would not even frown. "This old man still wants me to marry into his family?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. "I won't be staying. I still have things to do." Hearing this, Yihin didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test, so he simply laughed heartily. Then this you won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you. Since Qiyu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yihin was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally. Yang Kai smiled slightly before changing the topic. Last time, I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm? Hearing this, Yihin's expression turned solemn. Last time, this Yi misspoke. HM? Yang Kai was stunned. Yihin proudly declared, if this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Cheng are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately, at this point, he sighed, I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body. Chapter 2350. Yihin was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yihin. This spirit pill should be of some help to Sect Master Yi. This is. Yihin looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him, but he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yihin's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yihin's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this? Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way. So this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill, so how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yihin raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yihin, who was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Even those in the Emperor Realm couldn't obtain them. Yihin knew that he was nearing the end of his life and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yihin to look for them. Many from the Emperor realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yihin had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill in front of Yihin. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill. Strictly speaking, the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, Yi Hin's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the flowing time Great Emperor pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hin simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Yang Kai gave him a flowing time Great Emperor pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hin, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet, Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years, and then break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hin slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yi Hin has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang and is unable to repay it. Yi Hin hereby swears that Yi Hin and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hin will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hin and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hin made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hin had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hin's body, branding his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hin's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hin swore it with his own Tao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill and gave it to Yi Hin was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves Sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves Sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hin would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hin. How could he have imagined that Yi Hin would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hin slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life. So what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hin's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hin replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves Sect. After Yi Hin obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Everyone, go back? I'll come to see you another day." Guizhu grinned meaningfully. "Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you." Yang Kai nodded. "That day will come." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. "Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it, or should I?" His question seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, "Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future." Yang Kai cupped his fists before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Now, she looked exhausted, her beautiful eyes were dim, and her aura was unstable. Her clothes were no longer bright, and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she hadn't had a good time in the past few months. She was Luo Jin's daughter, and Luo Jin had done many bad things when he was in charge of Sky Crane City. Now that Luo Jin was dead, the people who had been bullied in Sky Crane City naturally wanted to take revenge. Now that Luo Jin was dead, they naturally wanted to find Luo Bing. Fortunately, Luo Bing was a good person, and some of the city lord's mansion's guards were loyal to her, so they protected her as she escaped from Sky Crane City. However, she had been hiding all this time, and hadn't had a single day of peace. She had always been Sky Crane City's little princess, and she was used to living like a prince. Now that her life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, she was at a loss. Luo Bing didn't know where she had heard the news that her father had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so she had set up an ambush here to kill Yang Kai and avenge Luo Jin. However, her cultivation was only at the First Order Origin King Realm, while Yang Kai and his companions were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they could sense her aura as soon as they arrived here. The reason why no one pointed it out was because they all knew her identity. The sword light was bright, but Luo Bing's sword didn't carry the slightest murderous intent. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy. Obviously, she knew that it was unrealistic for her to kill Yang Kai with her current strength. She had set up an ambush here just to seek death, and she was hoping that Yang Kai would kill her out of anger. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would just take a glance at her and ignore her. Chapter 23:51. The ice-cold longsword pierced through the sky and pressed forward, just like Luo Bing's ice-cold and resolute heart. Her sword was destined to pierce nothing, as the disparity in strength between Luo Bing and Yang Kai was too great. While she was still halfway there, Yang Kai had already disappeared on the wooden boat. However, her sword didn't pierce nothing. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, looking at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Luo Bing wasn't able to retract her sword in time, and it pierced through the chest of the tall and sturdy figure. The sword went 3 inches into his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Luo Bing was instantly stunned, and she stared blankly at the tall and sturdy figure. She cried out involuntarily, "Brother Chai!" The person who had suddenly blocked her path and let the long sword pierce through his chest was actually Chai Hu. With Chai-Hu's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source Realm, it would have been easy for him to dodge this sword. Even if he didn't want to dodge, he could have easily blocked it by circulating his source energy. However, he didn't do so, and instead allowed Luo Bing to vent her anger. Luo Bing, who was determined to die, finally panicked. She had come here to ambush and launch a sneak attack, not intending to return alive. Even if she couldn't kill Yang Kai, she would still die at Yang Kai's hands and reunite with her father in the netherworld. She had come here with the determination to die, but she had injured Chai-Hu in the process. Chai-Hu's chest was quickly dyed red, causing Luo Bing's pupils to dilate. The redness seemed to have covered all the light in front of her, filling her entire world with a terrifying blood-red light. The huge mental impact caused Luo Bing's delicate body to soften, and she almost fell to the ground. Chai-Hu stretched out his hand to support her. Not only that, but he also grabbed her arms. Then, he slowly dragged her towards him. Luo Bing was powerless to resist. It didn't matter if she was dragged by Chai-Hu, but the sharp sword in her hand was still stuck in Chai-Hu's chest. Now that she moved, the sharp sword was stuck even deeper into his chest. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of metal rubbing against flesh was ear-piercing, and the long sword pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. Luo Bing's pretty face instantly turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Brother Chai, what are you doing? Quickly stop." However, no matter how much she shouted, Chai-Hu didn't move. The expressions of Chi-Yu and the others changed drastically, as they never expected that Chai-Hu would actually do such a thing. By the time they came to their senses, Chai-Hu had already pulled Luo Bing to his chest and whispered in her ear, "Young Master Yang killed your father, so I'll pay him back for him. You don't attack him. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. I don't want to take revenge on him anymore. Let go of me, Brother Chai." Luo Bing burst into tears as she felt the warmth in her chest. How could he not know that it was Chai-Hu's blood? Of Luo Bing. His heart was filled with self-reproach, as he felt that if he had not overestimated himself and caused a ruckus here, Chai-Hu would definitely not have acted in such a manner. She hadn't known Chai-Hu for a long time, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, when she was in her most difficult and dangerous situation, Chai-Hu had descended from the heavens and saved her from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chai-Hu had his own selfish motives for saving her, Luo Bing still couldn't forget the tall and imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. Her feelings were touched at that moment. A figure was branded in the softest part of her heart. She had been wandering around for the past few months, and she missed the feeling of safety. Her feelings were like old wine, fermenting in her heart. The figure buried in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, when she saw him again, her sword had pierced into his chest and came out of his body, taking away half of his life. She had lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. Was it all for this heart-wrenching pain? If that was the case, she would rather live a simple life than let him be safe and sound. Get lost. Chi was furious, and she waved her hand, sending Luo Bing flying. Gue Zhu and the others also hurried forward to check Chai-Hu's injuries. After Luo Bing landed, she didn't care about her own condition and instead rushed towards Chai-Hu. Her pretty face was covered in tears, and her face was filled with self-blame and remorse. After a short while, Gue Zhu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. It's not too serious." As he spoke, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Chai-Hu's mouth. His source chi shook, sending the sword flying. He then poured his source chi into Chai-Hu's body to dissolve the pill's effects and heal his injuries. "I'll take him back to treat his injuries first," Gue Zhu said, before he carried Chai-Hu and flew in the direction of Thousand Leaves sect. Before leaving, Chai-Hu coughed softly and said, "Don't make things difficult for her. She has her own difficulties." Chi-Yu sighed. "What's the matter?" Today's incident was inexplicable, but Chi-Yu could faintly see that there was something going on between her fourth brother and Sky Crane City's little princess. After a short while, everyone had left, and only Chi-Yu remained standing in her original place with a frown on her face. As for Luo Bing, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction Chai-Hu had left in. She wept bitterly and muttered, "I won't take revenge. Big Brother Chai, don't die." She kept repeating this sentence, while her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. However, she forgot that Chai, who was already far away and couldn't hear her. Seeing her like this, Chiyu couldn't help but sympathize with her, and she said in a deep voice, "He won't die. Your sword didn't injure him seriously." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing suddenly raised her head and looked at Chiyu. She wept as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you, thank you." As she spoke, she put her palms together and faced the sky. She closed her beautiful eyes and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. "You're on your own now," Chiyu said, before her figure flickered and she followed the crowd. Luo Bing was left alone, praying piously, while a sad yet beautiful feeling filled the wilderness. A month later, Yang Kai arrived at a city called Marsh City. This city was located at the border of the Southern Territory and wasn't far from the Eastern Territory. The reason why he came here was because he wanted to go to the Netherworld sect and find Yin Lu Shang to inquire about Xiao Xiao. According to his guess, after Xiao Xiao came out of the Starlight Corridor, there was a high possibility that she would end up with Yin Lu Shang. As for how to inquire about her, Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. He couldn't find Yin Lu Shang directly. After all, there was still enmity between the two of them, and the other party knew that he had Star's source. The Netherworld sect was a powerful force in the Eastern Territory and was definitely a sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Sun Temple. This information was given to him by Yi Hin. Yi Hin also told him that in the entire star boundary, the Southern Territory had the least cultivation materials and the world energy there was relatively thin. Therefore, the overall level of the cultivator was relatively low. However, in the other three territories, the overall level of the cultivator was much higher than that of the Southern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were definitely no less than 10 powerful sects like the Netherworld sect, but there were only 4 in the Southern Territory, which showed the gap. The Eastern Territory also had an overlord-level sect. The 10 Great Emperors, the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, founded by the Serene Soul Palace, was in the Eastern Territory. There was even a rumor that the famous Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both located in the East Sea. However, no one could verify whether this was true or not. After all, these two mythical islands were too elusive for ordinary martial artists. It seemed that under the influence of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, many sects and cultivator in the Eastern Territory practiced some evil secret arts. For example, the Netherworld sect was one of them. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the entire Eastern Territory was completely different from that of the Southern Territory. When walking in the Eastern Territory, one had to be careful everywhere. There was no telling when one would encounter evil people who wanted to take one's life. During this month, Yang Kai passed by many cities and used space arrays in those cities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach Marsh City at the border of the Southern Territory in a month. With Yang Kai's current speed and cultivation, he might not be able to reach here even if he flew for several decades. The vastness of the astral boundary was beyond his imagination. After arriving at Marsh City, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter the Eastern Territory. Instead, he first found an inn to stay in. Because this was the border between the Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory, not only could one see cultivator from the Southern Territory, but also many cultivator from the Eastern Territory. He stayed here to inquire about the general situation of the Eastern Territory, especially the situation of the Netherworld sect. This was to prevent him from entering the Eastern Territory rashly. On the streets of Marsh City, many of the cultivator walking along the stream exuded an unyielding, evil, and ruthless aura. Even their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. At a glance, one could tell that they were from some sects in the Eastern Territory. Moreover, the law and order in Marsh City was extremely chaotic. Although there was a city lord's mansion and experts overseeing it, Yang Kai had seen several fights in less than a day since he arrived, and even a few people had died. This was absolutely unimaginable in Maplewood City. Not to mention Maplewood City, even some of the other cities in the Southern Territory would not have such a thing happen. When those fights broke out, Yang Kai could clearly sense the auras of many experts hidden in the surroundings, but no one stopped them. It was only when the fights were over that those hidden experts suddenly appeared and captured all the combatants. They stripped the dead cultivator's space rings and left the corpses on the streets without any care. These experts were obviously from the city lord's mansion. Looking at their behavior, it seemed that they were eager for the cultivator to fight in the city. This way, they would have an excuse to capture them and then make some extra money for themselves. Yang Kai had no intention of causing trouble. He wanted to find a tea house or restaurant to stay for a few days. Because these places were filled with all kinds of people, he could eavesdrop on some of the information he wanted. After asking around, Yang Kai headed for the largest tea house in Marsh City, the Pleasant Pavilion Tea House. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the tea house. Looking around, this tea house was built in an imposing manner. It was 5 stories high. In this chaotic place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the owner of this tea house must have a powerful background, most likely related to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Kai Yang stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically greeted him. Chapter 23:52. Yang Kai found a seat on the 3rd floor, ordered a pot of good spirit tea, and sat there quietly, listening to the conversations of the tea house guests. The cultivation of the cultivator who came here to drink tea was uneven, but the information they inadvertently revealed while chatting was what Yang Kai needed. After sitting in the tea house for most of the day, the tea house guests changed batch after batch, but Yang Kai did not move. He really did find out a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, no one talked about the Netherworld sect, which made him a little disappointed. He secretly felt that if he wanted to inquire about the Netherworld sect, he probably needed to enter the Eastern Territory first. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, not far from the opposite street, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged out, seeming to be traces of a fight. Yang Kai was already used to this. Marsh City's public security was chaotic, and fights broke out from time to time. For him, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. The gap in strength between the two sides of the fight was not small. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure flew out of a medicine shop on the opposite side. This figure spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and immediately fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seemed that the injury was not light. A bald man rushed out of the medicine shop and shouted ferociously, "Bitch, you dare to cause trouble in my endless treasures pavilion? This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll take your life." Scram. After drinking, the big man looked at the woman who fell to the ground with disdain and walked back into the shop. The cultivators on the street saw this scene and seemed to be accustomed to it. No one sympathized with the injured woman. They just felt that this woman's luck was really bad, daring to cause trouble in Endless Treasures Pavilion. She simply did not know how to write the word death. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he casually glanced over and saw the woman's appearance clearly, he could not help but be startled. Xianyun? This woman turned out to be Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of great desolate star like Yin Lusheng. Back then, he and Lu Xianyun were forced to join Blue Feather sect. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together, but after Wu Mengshan escaped, he went on a killing spree, and his temperament became cruel and violent. Yang Kai was afraid that he would implicate Lu Xianyun, so he parted ways with her after escaping from Blue Feather sect. After a few years, he didn't expect to meet them again at the border of the Southern Territory. However, it seemed that Lu Xianyun was not in a good situation. She was only at the First Order Dao Source Realm, and her aura was unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced not too long ago. Just like Qi Yu and the others, the source Qi in his body had not been completely converted. In addition, he had been injured by the bald man earlier, so he was in a very sorry state. His pure white clothes were dyed red with blood. His chest area was eye-catching. During his time in Blue Feather sect, he and Lu Xianyun also supported each other and formed a friendship. Now that he saw her being bullied, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. With a thought, Yang Kai jumped down from the 3rd floor and landed lightly beside Lu Xianyun, reaching out to pull her. As if sensing that someone was attacking her, Lu Xianyun's face couldn't help but change. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. "Xianyun, it's me," Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Lu Xianyun's palm paused midair. Her tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her beautiful eyes bloomed with surprise and joy as she cried out, "Brother Yang." The two of them entered Blue Feather Sect at the same time. Although they were forced to do so, they were indeed brother and junior sister. Yang Kai smiled at her and said, "It's a small world. Brother Yang, why are you here too?" After seeing Yang Kai, Lu Xianyun seemed to have forgotten that she had just been bullied and was overjoyed, her face glowing with amazing brilliance. It could be seen that her joy came from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest bit of pretense. When she was in Blue Feather Sect, Yang Kai took care of her in every possible way. He even gave her a lot of source crystals he earned from refining pills for others. Unfortunately, since she separated from Yang Kai, she had never met someone who treated her so well again. For Lu Xianyun, the best days in the Star Boundary were undoubtedly her time in Blue Feather Sect. "I just happened to pass by. Let's catch up later." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, brother. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." Yang Kai said lightly, "How can you be fine after being beaten like this?" "It's really nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to it." Lu Xianyun insisted. She was obviously afraid that her matter would implicate Yang Kai, so she wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She had been in Marsh City for quite some time now, so she naturally understood the chaos here. She also knew who was behind this endless treasures pavilion. Yang Kai was also a third-order origin king when she parted ways with him. No matter how good Yang Kai's aptitude was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. Now, he was at most the same cultivation as her, so causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. While speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, wanting to take him away from this troublesome place. Yang Kai was unmoved and stood there firmly. "If you still remember this, brother, tell me what's going on." A trivial endless treasures pavilion is nothing in this brother's eyes. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. When he was drinking tea in the tea house just now, he had heard some information. There was only one Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City, and that was the Emperor Realm City Lord. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so there was really no need for him to be afraid of such a cultivator. No matter who was behind this endless treasures pavilion, it couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord. With his current strength, he could definitely exchange blows with a first-order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention Lu Yin and Xiaobai. If Xiaobai used its full strength, it would also be a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It would be fine if the City Lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning this city upside down. Lu Xianyun was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, she wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength, she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, "I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to." "They're going too far." Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, "What are you selling?" "I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident." Lu Xianyun looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return it at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. "What price did they offer?" 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyun said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Come with me." Saying so, he led Lu Xianyun to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly, but when he saw Lu Xianyun following Yang Kai, The polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared and he glared at Lu Xianyun coldly. "Why are you here again, slut?" The manservant looked like he was only a First-Order Origin king, but facing a First-Order Dao Source Realm master like Lu Xianyun, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyun in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, "You even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet." Asterisk pa. Asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and immediately flew high into the air. In midair, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover. So how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it, and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, "Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." It was human nature to watch a good show. So many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. Although Yang Kai had just told her that he didn't put the Endless Treasures Pavilion in his eyes, and she knew that Yang Kai's strength was definitely not ordinary, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would hit someone as soon as he came in. If she had known this, Lu Xianyun wouldn't have let Yang Kai in no matter what. This matter had blown up. Although Yang Kai only hit a manservant who couldn't be seen in public, the other party was the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion after all. Being slapped more than a dozen times in public was tantamount to slapping the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. How could the Endless Treasures Pavilion just let it go? For a moment, Lu Xianyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling that she had implicated Yang Kai. Her heart was filled with guilt, and she only wanted to take Yang Kai away from here. The farther the better. As if feeling her anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai reached out and squeezed her palm, smiled at her, and said, "Don't be afraid. Big brother can handle it." Lu Xianyun looked at his bright and confident smile in a daze, and inexplicably, her mood suddenly calmed down. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.